She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
BDL3. Alright, gamers. How we doing? And yes, let me know if my mic is still weird. I've been fiddling with settings for like since stream yesterday. We'll figure it out. But hello. So, BL3 Saturday, cuz as I mentioned in the go live tweet, I found time save for my Guardian takedown run on Flak like 22 hours into a 24-hour stream. So I want to test that out. But I was also looking at time trials boards, and if I remember how to play this game properly, I could probably take back the Zane trial of fervor record among a couple others. Um, so I want to run some Flak and some Zane primarily today. Cat, get out of my trash. What are you doing? We'll see where that goes. But anyway. Thank you so much, loading screen, for the tier 2 for 6 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. David Bowling, for the 15 months. I appreciate it. BDL3 indeed. We got Pup T bright and early. How you doing, Pup T? And thank you for that moderation stuff. I'm seeing that now. That's very useful. Thank you. Of course, we got loading screen. Blue, J-Bridge, Jester, Minigun Monkey, no thank you. You know, I didn't think I'd ever feel like I made it when I go live and someone's just like, no thank you. That's very polite. I appreciate it. David, Pericles, Craft Knight, Spore Warden's Blizzard skill. You could probably make that work with the same kind of stuff you put into Barrage. Hey Kitty, how you doing? Hey Cub, welcome in. Moxie sent me your way. Good guy Moxie. It's from his video on clear times, endgame clear times, right? He asked me about including Rackstab in that a while ago, so that must have come out. I live under a rock. I don't pay attention to what releases and whatnot. I don't even know why I said that. I found it funny, so you're all good. No problem, how are you? I'm okay, I'm a little tired. I had, medical appointment this morning, so I had to get up super early and then do that. But I've been back for like an hour and a half. So looks like an awesome build. We're gonna play some of that today. I'm gonna start out with some Zane though. Because I want to derust here. Morning, son. How you doing? Released yesterday. Really like the video. I'll have to watch it. Moxie always puts a lot of effort into his endgame content, so I'm sure I'll enjoy it as well. What's this game's peanut butter? Hollow Point. Alright, this is a thing that exists. Hey Zero, how you doing? I hate it, but I'm right. Alright, since I loaded into the Malawan takedown, I'll start with a run here. I want to do Proving Grounds and maybe some Slaughters with this build mostly. And then we'll do some Guardian takedown on Flak once I feel I'm beating my face against the wall. That's not a new build? No, this is a build I've had for some time. This is the build that for the period of a couple weeks, I held every single Zane Proving Ground world record at the same time with this build. I still have seconds and thirds in all of them with this. But there's a couple that I think I can take back first on. So I'm practicing.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Vault Hunter spotted! We are compromised!
Trust me, and you're dead. Fancy that. I
You know, I decided to test that on a whim, and I'm surprised. Clone with an EMP5 can kill. It's just amusing. That's me on True Takedown, True Trials mode account. There's different categories for scaled and True Takedown. For trials, time trials only tracks regular trials. Not true. You can hit exclamation point trials in the chat to see the leaderboards. 0. Job Sentinel. So remember what I said about Hollow Point, son? That pack got cleared by Clone killing a trooper with an EMP5 and hollow pointing. Beautiful. Morning, Tron. How you doing? Sure, axe that build later? Yes. I'm gonna play Raxab. I do have a somewhat outdated build video on it on my YouTube. And there's a text write-up of it in the community builds document, the flat community builds document, exclamation point builds sends you there. But I am gonna play it on stream today. Morning, Roddy. How you doing? It's an awkwardly placed enemy. A little awkward, but we made it. I do that much to the Spark Plug, because Spark Plug does a ton of damage.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
I forgot to reset clone. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Brilliant work, Vault Hunter. That ass kicking will make
We're warming up.
think twice before they come at us again.
We see the build doc from Wonderlands will start next month. Most likely looking at late September, early October is when we'd start putting stuff together. Yeah, Pericles. Hollow Point Mosquito with Radius. I mean... Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna argue, but you're not incorrect. Alright, so this activity, the Trial of Fervor, is one of the harder speedruns. Not to complete, but to get a good time. Because it's very intensive on knowing enemy behavior and spawn patterns, and there's a healthy amount of RNG to this run. Now, my current best run is 1 second behind the record. So if I do only slightly better, then I could retake that record. Now, I've not attempted to speedrun this content in probably 7 months, so I'm super rusty. In terms of spec, we don't need Almighty Ordnance. Actually, we do. I use Almighty Ordnance on the Hag. Okay. So the Sentinel augments stay as is. Doppelbanger is necessary. I kind of want to go which one's real, but that's it's too unpredictable. Part of my brain is telling me Rad Hex here, but I'll start with the light speed. Weapon-wise, I give Clone... Do I give Clone a no pew pew or a Radical here? Or Breath of the Dying? I could probably get away with giving him a Purge, because they're all grounded enemies here, I think. Or I could give him an Anarchy. Anarchy's probably the play. And in terms of shield, I don't think Revolter's the move. This is probably more of a super soldier map. But I'll work with what I've got right now. Yeah, I'm aware I didn't start my timer because we use in-game timer for this. I'll probably hide that, just so people don't get confused before anyone asks. Not an ideal spawn. Oh, not spawning there. Yeah, I'm gonna reset that. Alright, I chose the incorrect spawn pattern there. Next, still killing me for one of whiplash shit. I'm doing a setup in gym class 2 days ago. Sounds like you should just be more careful, as usual. Every day you got like multiple ways you fucked yourself up, son. I remember now that I gave Clone Radical when I originally did this run. I could start him with a Radical, switch him to an Anarchy. See how that plays out.
Blessed be the bandits!
With my neck, yeah, not sure what I can do about it. My nose, though. That's a fair point. For those of you waiting for Rag Stab, it's okay, I'll be circling around to that in a little bit. This is also part of my warm-up. Running proving grounds like this really helps with your decision making in endgame speedrunning, because I'm just kind of trying things as I go here. And it helps me reacquaint with how this game tends to work. Bad spawns. Yeah, Clone struggled there. Okay, that wasn't bad. Low threes. That's a decent run. Keeps going. I'm gonna go to the doctor. Please do. Off my bed last night. Sleeping too close to the edge. Rolled and went down. Oof. You know, that's a pretty good electric slide rocket boots. Passive-wise. Roll on that if you want to. Alright, yeah, we're definitely going to run more of this today. I don't think Revolter is necessarily the move here. Because with how often I'm intentionally downing myself, I'm having it on. But I could run an Old God to make clone hit harder. Or I could run a Super Soldier to not only increase clone's DPS, but also lower my downtime. Thinking Super Soldier is the move instinctively. I could also give clone a no pew pew, which would help some of the spawns. Breath of the Dying clone's really good though. Just kind of setting up for next run. Okay, flak time. So, anyone who was here for the 24-hour stream earlier this week might have seen 22 hours in a sleep-deprived haze, I just decided to try different movement tech, and I found a couple spots of potential time save.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
So I do hold the record for True Guardian takedown on flak at 16 minutes 39 seconds under time trial rule set. I think I can improve on that. It's been a long-standing record, but I think there's improvement available. So since I am a little more familiar with this muscle memory-wise, I am going to time this first run. How you doing, Urban Mech?
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart, or just burst open from within.
Fly! Accelerating! Distract them! Don't hold back! Run! Run, you weakling! Pocket rats!
Not a bad start.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
Okay, I wish my dog and her soda weekend was. You know about there's a hurricane? What about it? Hey Ivan, how you doing?
Into the firefight.
Yeah, you see, I didn't say that, so
Time to fight.
you kind of failed on your setup there, buddy. Bit of a swing and a miss. But hey, you get a gold star for effort.
Keep the tendons first. It's good for your beak. My burden is a billion worlds. I live and shine, while others watch and burn like weak. All of you are weak. Overwhelm them. Knew there was a reason to keep you around.
Oops. Whoopsie. Safety strat time.
Spirit.
Nope, reset. Weren't weren't. Hey Darksword, how you doing? BO3, I'm also playing this flag, builds a critical damage build. So it's a common thing that people label Flack as a critical character, but like, how do you define a critical damage build? Because technically, any build that has anything that is capable of critting is a critical damage build. So like, what specifically are you doing? Based on terminology, it sounds like you might be doing like a fadeaway type thing. Which, yeah, those are fun. But that's something I enjoy talking about as a Flack theory crafter is, Flack's not as much like the crit character as people think they are. So it's a fun thought experiment. Because if you look at skill trees, Flack has the least critical hit damage. If you look at how fadeaway works, it's not actually making you crit, it's doing a halfway thing that lets you trigger crit effects, but you're not critting.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that.
So it's fun to think about. BO3 is one of those games that once you peel back the surface level stuff, you got some cool mechanics to dig into. Hey Viper. Congrats on doing 24, proud of you. Shame that much like Leo, you couldn't get it to 25. Wow. Why are you like this? That's just toxic. Very much enjoying this trend lately. I'm weirdly proud of you.
Racks up my sleeve.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart, so much as burst open from within.
Have I lived? Distract them.
That's awkward.
The hunt take you.
A little slow, but I'll take it. We're still in the warm-up phase, you know?
An Iridian temple! That must be the source of the signal.
Seeing Beal 3 health bar UI looks weird now. It does sometimes, yeah. Hey Doom, how are you? Hit the slide boost properly that time, though.
Those vines are identical to those found on Necrotafeo. I never thought to connect them to that planet's disintegrating structure.
Wow, that is an embarrassing down. Yeah, I'm just gonna
I like you better dead.
reset. Using Megavore, Rack Attack, action skill, points as a hunter skill tree, and Stalker, damage, my headshot damage, usually a sniper was my primary weapons, get consistent headshots. Okay, you just described every Rack Attack gun build that exists. Except for the sniper rifle bit. That's cool. Sniping on flax is fun, because Megavore does sometimes give you that, that kind of wiggle room, where a lot of the more traditional snipers in this game are pretty dependent on you hitting crits, and Megavore is actual crits on not the crit spot, unlike Fadeaway. So that's definitely a fun combo. Megavore to make your sniper rifles more efficient. It's just one of those skills that when doing a gun build, you kind of almost always take. Now this is a non-gun build, so I don't have that here. My skill tree is a bit weird for this, because speedrunning. Still avoiding Wonderland's content, and why is that again? You waiting until you have played the game? And playing Assassin's Creed Origins? Nice. I saw some rumors on Twitter about Assassin's Creed announcements soon. Haven't been able to play it? That's fair. I think it's on sale right now, Doom, if you were waiting for a sale or anything. Or at least it was on sale yesterday. I don't know if that's still happening. Speaking of Leo, love that joke. Since Titanic turns 25 this year, Leo won't want anything to do with it. Oh no. Just... It's so weird.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart, so much as burst open from within.
You hop on Fortnite? No, I'm good. No thank you. Need to get the dub. You're confusing me with someone who's good at battle royales. Oh. And I got that straggler too. Oh well. Bro, confused people just be confused. It do be like that sometimes.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
So we'll go into the speedrunning side of games. With this game in particular, it was a lot of just being able to show people a tangible metric of build strength. Not just like, hey, you can hit this big number, because that doesn't always mean strength. If I can take a build and clear endgame content quickly and efficiently, then that's a good claim to a build being powerful. So as a build crafter, it's just something I naturally
More crystals. Interesting.
developed an affinity for. And it's fun to have a little friendly competition. Bounce strats back and forth between you and other people running the same content. The process of refining your route in a speedrun is a lot like the process of refining a build. There's a lot of satisfaction once you see results. First game speedrun. When I was a teenager, I did some casual speedrunning of Resident Evil 5. That was the first game that I tried to actually go fast in. I was on the Xbox 360 boards for a bit. But it was much more casual. Hey Poison, how you doing? Hey, Rapid Fire, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate it. This was a very dirty crystals, but good enough to continue.
Don't hold back.
Why is there a diadem there? That's not supposed to happen.
While others watch and turn on fire.
Hey Cheese, how you doing?
Good fight.
Huh. I'm not rocket jumping properly today. Time to practice.
Pocket racks.
Come on. Maybe I need to do the wall jump. No, I got it that time. Okay. Never finish any single player games if I started speedrunning. Well, a lot of speedrunners, they'll go through a game casually and then they'll learn the route. So you still get that first time enjoyment.
Let's hunt.
When's Wag coming to Fortnite? Never. He's too much of a villain. Hey, Shots, thank you for the 22 months with the 18 streak. I appreciate it. She says the body of an 80-year-old confirmed.
Reach Vault Hunter and destroy that Guardian.
That's so relatable, though. Like, I woke up early this morning because I had a medical appointment to go to, and then I was just sitting there feeling awful the entire time. For no reason. Like, I just wake up and I feel like shit. Couldn't tell you exactly why. My tum-tum was a little upset because I hadn't farted in a while, I guess. I don't know. Was able to watch Gearbox at PAX. This is all about new Tales game? Yeah. Also, they put out like a super shift code you can use for multiple platforms across multiple games. It's
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
There it is.
There you go, Quack.
Cheese has the body of an 80-year-old confirmed.
Well said, text-to-speech. Shift code that's diamond keys for BL3, and then golden keys for BL2 and BL3, and then skeleton keys for Wonderlands. So it's just like BL2, 3, and Wonderlands keys, all from one code. You just keep redeeming it for each platform until you have them all at once. It's cool. Check how long I've been subbed for. Nice, Viper. Wait, hang on. Are you gonna Leo me? Actually rocking the beanie should look fire? Hey, I'm glad you think so. It's just kind of my comfort zone, you know? It's also totally not to hide that I need to get a fucking haircut. I'll probably cut my hair tomorrow. Be a phenomenal meme if I did. Just never subbed again. Pain.
Distract them.
Hey, Poison, thank you for the 5 gifted. Means a lot. Thank you so much.
Burst open from within.
Another false silence. This is my purpose.
If you got gifted a sub by Poison Dart, please be sure to throw them some love.
Pocket rats.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Ooh, that's unfortunate timing. I don't think this is time loss because enemies are still spawning,
Just a girl and she's on fire.
but it's just very annoying. This first room is actually really forgiving with
Yes.
how much you can just
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
down yourself with a fish and not actually affect your time. Okay, that's not one of the forgiving spots, though. Excited for Tales game? Yeah, it'll be cool to see expansion on the lore. There's a couple things that I'm very curious about. DC specs you're running on. I have a 1070, i7 7700K, 16 gigs of RAM. It's an older rig. I raised some money with some grinding and some sponsorships over the summer, and I'll be replacing it entirely later this year. 'Cause it's about that time, you know? Where are you going? Hello?
Go now.
That one enemy decided to waste so much time.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
Space.
You've got a nose for treasure, I see.
These structures are thousands of years old.
I'm not super behind.
There is no record of
Hey TSG, how you doing?
humans on Minos. If that is the case, this temple must have been transported here from elsewhere.
Run, you weakling! Sky's fury!
More crystals. Interesting.
I got very good spawns. Made up some time loss, actually. That was pretty good. Hey, Brucey.
Badass will know fear. Let the hunt take you.
Tried Ghostblade versus Fyodor. Man, it sucked. Got to the final quarter. His health bar, and
Accelerating.
dipped out. Ghostblade not hitting it, not being able to dot the crystal sucks. Yeah. I just stab-o-matic the whole fight on the Ghostblade build if I have to do Fyodor. Which isn't exactly interesting. That was a bad throw.
That one.
This actually works out nicely. I don't normally get in a position where I can just leave one enemy alive like this. But this means I don't have to deal with any of the others, so less potential time loss.
My burden is a billion worlds. I live and die, while others watch and burn in my pocket race.
That's awkward.
Swarm.
At this point, I just want to continue the run, no matter where I lose time, just so I can practice the later parts. Really? Bonked off the enemy. Oh. Okay, maybe not no matter where I lose time. What area effect damage on artifacts do exactly? Increases the damage of things that deal splash, or counted as splash. And if you have it in a secondary slot on artifact, then it also increases splash radius. Aiming for you on that one. Yeah. My input could have also been better. That's alright. Basically, the big places where I have time save, and the reason I'm not too bothered by resetting this early, is the very first room is one of the biggest potential time save spots. If I get really good RNG and play really well, if I exit that room like before the 120 mark, that's so much extra time for me to work with throughout the rest of the run. And then if I get good spawns right before Crystals 1, that's additional time save. And I haven't had a run where both of those things have happened, so I'm not really too bothered by losing runs at this point. The other major time save is good RNG in the Scourge boss fight. That's me, the second slot or 2 slots. A secondary slot. So, for example, on a static charge, on the artifacts that follow the convention of having a prefix and a suffix, those, it'll be in the second or third slot. Those will give you radius. However, accompaniment is only secondary slots, so any slot on that gives the radius as well. Toboggan also follows the primary secondary conventions, even though it's a little bit different, but yeah. Hey Synth, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, I don't hit that slide boost often, that's nice.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart, but to have burst open from within.
Mister, close your eyes. They like those. Pocket rats.
Not bad. How's the game treating you? It's treating me well. I'm just doing some endgame speedrunning stuff.
That must be the source of the signal.
Knocking off the rust, hunting for some time save. Trying to improve my my record. See, this is a pretty solid run so far.
Are thousands of years old.
A little bit of time save here, a little bit of time save there.
It's on Minos. If that is the case, this temple must have been transported here from elsewhere.
Sky's fury.
More crystals. Interesting.
speedrunner are you? Mostly just endgame content. I don't do like the story speedruns, but for endgame stuff, yeah. I watched speedrun on Borderlands. Well, this is using time trials rule set, which is specifically geared towards endgame speedrunning. You can hit exclamation point trials in the chat to see the leaderboards, actually. But basically, very slight restrictions on what gear you can use. There's a couple banned items, a couple banned mayhem modifiers. And it's pretty much start to end of the activity, fast as you can go, while doing all mandatory content. So, for example, there's a couple places where I can clip through a wall that lets you just walk through. It lets me skip some enemies, but for time trials rules, that's it's not allowed. So this isn't quite any percent or anything like that. It's a little more structured, which is part of the appeal to me. I do like seeing the crazy speedruns that the kind of thing you see at marathons like GDQ, where just anything goes type stuff. But it's also nice to see what partial restriction runs can do.
My burden is a billion worlds. I live and die, while others watch and burn their lives apart. Swoop and tear.
Bad throw. Recovered from the bounce, though. Okay, finally properly rocket jumped. Decent pace, too. Hey, Sora, how you doing? Morning, Zero. Hope you're well.
Bucket rats. They'll never learn. Into the firefight. I'm coming, Beast.
Yeah. Don't move. Just don't move and we're good. Okay, that's only a slight time loss. I'll take it.
Go for the eye.
I gotta eat that. Single target damage for this build comes from the nades or novas. Both, but the nades do hit a little harder. So I actually recovered pretty well. This is decent pace.
We built for the destroyer an endless perfect state. A billion souls again, a world above. But though our fallen masters chased the bloody wings, your creeds above sword
I don't know where that fish came from. Alright. Must have been, from an unfortunately placed Peregrine.
Strip them bare.
So PB here, 1639, which is the world record. Robert is the pinchiest boy, true.
Racks up my sleeve.
Behave. Behave. You're not behaving. They're not behaving, chat. They're not behaving. That would happen. Alright, come on, pet. Yeah, no, this run's scuffed. Probably looking at high 17s finish here. Assuming the rest goes well.
Overwhelm them.
That was awkward. Huh. I don't technically lose time from this. Kind of worked out. Yeah, so that route for that room right there, that combat encounter, I came up with that 22 hours into that 24-hour stream, and it's way more optimal than what I had been doing. So that was some time save. I have a good amount of grenades, so I don't need to stop.
That must be the source of the energy signature. Go in, Vault Hunter, so we may get a reading on whatever's inside.
Activating Rack Attack before that cutscene means that he's in the hitbox for the Peregrine delivery when the cutscene ends. And I use Groundbreaker off of that kick charter shot to phase him there.
That's the spirit.
And because I'm immensely unlucky, I got a diadem there. Pretty solid pace, though. I'm not going to go for that rocket jump.
Pocket rats. Distract them.
Oh, you flew away. That's like a 2-second time loss for no reason at all.
Let's see what you hide. Pocket rats. This is far from
So this was a really good run. I lost a lot of time in the early run to stupid stuff that I could have prevented, but this came really close to PBing if that time loss hadn't been there. Not terrible.
Wonderful. Now that the planet-destroying Guardian menace has been taken down,
1707.
focus on the other things trying to kill us, which, if I just check my notes here, is all of them, everything.
So,
They say, no suspension of consciousness for the morally depraved.
it is, what, 28 seconds off record? Yeah, within 30 seconds of record is a good place to have a run where you know there's time save. Love the fact crabs evolved like 3 or 4 separate times. Nature was like, you know, it'd be great. Crabs. Yeah. Possible unlock Cistern or Slaughter on either Slaughter Arena on your fast travel low level by entering another player's game. I've never tried that, so I wouldn't know. But you should be able to just go there as soon as the area is physically available to you. So Cistern should be available as soon as you can go to Promethea. Circle should be available as soon as you get access to Conrad's Hold. And Star is available as soon as you encounter General Trant. Yes, we got a Jake. Figure I should just explain a bit of the tech, because we got some new people here who are enthusiastic about good old Rackstab. EMP5, hold it for movement speed. Plumage, we use it for rocket jumping. Guardian Angel is what we hold to make our damage higher. Kick Charger is for emergency second wins, but mostly for shooting diadems. This is also for getting the Valk skip and the Malawan takedown. Stinger, Melee Nova, action skill start. We absolutely want this. This is the focal point of the build. As much as the Fish Slap, in all honesty. More so than the Fish Slap, really. Reason why we use Corrosive the whole time is because it has the most favorable matchup against armor. Got a save file? Yeah, in the Discord. Exclamation point Discord. It's in the BO3 saves channel. Reason we use Corrosive most of the time is because it's got the most favorable matchup against armor, and that's where we need damage the most. Think the armored Manticores, the armored Saras, the bosses themselves, they all have armor, so that's where we need that most. We have bonus radiation damage from this anointment, and we have shock damage on our melee from static charge, so we don't need to worry about shields as much. Which means that flesh is what we actually deal the least damage to. So that's why you'll see even those basic necro bugs, the single health bar flesh ones, they sometimes live through a Nova. It's because we've had to compromise. I could switch to a Fire Stinger to eliminate that problem, but then I have the worst matchup against armor, which means I need to rely on the fish more. And that's viable. It's just, it kind of removes the consistency of one Novaing most of the enemies to make it more consistent against only some. So you can play around with Stinger element here, and as you can see, I keep each element available. With the exception of Rad, because there's no merit in running a Rad one. Fish Slap, triple link will give you the most damage. The card only shows 2, but you can get 3. Triple link is just the most damage for Fish Slap. If you care about how hard this thing's hitting, you want triple link. ASE Rad gives us those radiation explosions and a little bit of a more favorable matchup against shields on our static charge chains. Static charge is where we get a lot of our multi-target damage from here. Double movement speed roll with area damage. Snowdrift, of course. We've got a Peregrine. Peregrine cannot roll 5 in any of its skills because game weird. So we go with 4 Interplanetary Stalker, 1 Eager to Impress here. Ambush Predator would not be doing anything for us in this build. Eager to Impress is cooldown, but Interplanetary Stalker here is not only damage, but movement speed. Because we fight a lot of beasts in this. So the reason we take this is, yeah, I'm on mouse and keyboard, I can't actually scroll that. Excuse me. The bonus you get from killing beasts is movement speed. So while fighting the Necro Bugs, having 9 out of 5 Stalker lets us save more time than having the extra Novas from more Eager to Impress. Skill tree wise, we go down to get Raxcelerate Augment for better cooldown and extra charge. Now, I have 1 point in Grim Harvest here for weird tech. This is for emergency pet stuff. More conventionally, you'd put that point in Galactic Shadow, but I have weird speedrunning stuff right now. And despite what I just said about Ambush Predator not doing a lot for this build, it does more than these 4 skills. Because we're not shooting guns with any degree of regularity, we do not need Leave No Trace, we do not need Second Intention, and we're not critting with much frequency because Novas can't crit. Fish Slap can't crit. So head count isn't happening often. So if we want to get down to here, we need to spend the points somewhere. So they end up going there. This to get to this tier, this to get to this tier, this to get to this one. big game because of damage. Most dangerous game is there because mostly the pet damage, to a lesser degree the crit and gun damage, but mostly it's there for the pet damage, enabling us to do some strats over with heat bites. Nothing in the purple tree because that tree sucks. Green tree, we go down to the power inside, take 5 to 5 rage and recover. It's one of the best healing skills in the game. Take 5 eager to impress because cooldown on every kill. So think about it. If you use your Nova and you kill 3 enemies, well, you're getting 4.5 seconds shaved off your cooldown. And that's very sustainable. Self-repairing system for some tank. All my BFFs for a little pet tank. Lick the wounds for quality of life. Turn, tail, and run is there for a little more tank. Fast and Furious for movement speed. We don't take Hidden Machine because we just have no way of accessing it. Hidden Machine only works against enemies that are not aggroed to you, or have never been aggroed to you. And we don't have a way to shift that aggro consistently. So it's a skip. We're using the Beefcake Jabber right now for movement speed. Gunslinger Jabber provides us more tangible benefits because the crit damage will be situationally useful, like when we're shooting that kick charger. But the attack command on it is slower. With the Beefcake Jabber, I can use attack command to force it to move to where I need it to be. And Jabbers also give movement speed. They don't visually get boosted on the card by Barbaric Yawp, but they are boosted. So I'm not getting 5% movement speed, I'm getting 15% movement speed. And I don't need the damage from Spider Ant Scorcher, which would be the damage pick for this build. Blue Tree, we max out Ferocity for Heat Bites tech. If I wasn't doing Heat Bites tech, then yeah, we'd have 3 in Persistence Hunter for that little bit of gun damage for the Kick Charger. 1 in Who Rescue 2 to make the pet functionally immortal to anything except for instant kills. Frenzy, because damage, Heat Bites for Anathema stuff and Wotan stuff. Psycho Head on a Stick is there to make the pet move faster, so it's a little less frustratingly dumb. Barbaric Yawp is, as I mentioned, to boost the movement speed from Jabber, or the elemental damage from Scorcher, and Pack Tactics is just damage. There's a decent amount of flexibility with the skill tree here, but this is what I use for speedrunning. Doing that area of effect thing again.
Glad to have you back.
So I only have 1 relevant artifact for the explanation, but so you see how this is only showing 2, but this is because I have 2 movement speed rolls. My area of effect damage passive here is not first in the order, and that's how you can tell that on this static charge it's in a secondary slot. The way artifact passives are generated is ones that have a prefix here being Snowdrift, and a suffix here being static charge. They have 3 slots. 1 of them is a primary, and 2 of them are secondaries. The passives that roll in them are different. They are different stats. They are looked at differently by the game. They do different things, even though, for the most part, they're visually indistinguishable when you're looking at an actual item card. But you can tell which is which by the order. Now, area of effect damage, when it's rolled in a primary slot, that would be the topmost one, does not have splash radius. But if you roll it in a secondary slot, it has splash radius. It is different stats. Now, Company Man is an exception to this because it can roll area of effect, but it does not have primary slots at all. So all 3 of the Company Man slots are radius inclusive. But for artifacts like this, you need it in slot 2 or slot 3.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
Company Man can double roll anything? No. That's not what I said at all. Company Man only rolls secondaries, which in fact means it can't double roll anything. Artifact double rolls are from getting a primary and a secondary that boost the same stat, only some of which can occur. Movement speed can do that, melee damage can do that, certain elements, not all, only certain elements can do that. A couple resistances can do that. But Company Man, because it does not have a primary and 2 secondaries, it is instead 2 or 3 secondaries. It cannot double roll anything. But it always has the radius, because it uses the secondary version of AoE damage instead of the primary. Hey, Wembots, how you doing? Welcome in. Alright, let's see if we can do that again. Places where I had time saving that run. My room 1 could have been slightly faster. I could have gotten better spawns just before Crystals 1. My Anathema could have been cleaner by probably about 5 seconds. And my Scourge could have been a little bit cleaner. But for the most part, that last run was good. If double roll, it must be primary and secondary. Yes, and only some stats can do that. Off the top of my head, movement speed can do that. Fire damage, cryo damage, radiation damage, melee damage, and then the remainder, like 2 or 3 elemental resists. But the notable things that cannot double roll are, you cannot have double roll corrosive, you cannot have double roll shock, you cannot have double roll mag size, you can't have double roll area. It's only very few stats that can double up. It's fastest time you've done? 16 minutes and 39 seconds, which is the world record for Flak for this piece of content. If you'd like to see the leaderboards for all characters for all endgame content, it's located right there. And it's inclusive of, it has links to each of the runs if you'd like to watch the runs. It's got the names of the runners, it's got a brief overview of what they use, just like the most key items to the setup. The double rolls mean the artifact only have 2? Yeah. Yeah, so like, see, it only shows 2 here. That's because I have a double roll of movement speed. See my crab fact? I will have to look at it in a little bit, Sora. I'm sorry I missed it.
I wish I could kill you all over again. I send you all to death.
That's a bad throw. See, I've spent so many hours throwing fish slaps, I can tell when one is gonna bounce in a way that will probably kill me later. So that's what I meant by that's a bad throw. I had to move a little erratically to compensate for that. Hey Cheeky, how you doing? Mox will give you luck? I certainly hope so. Would be the perfect first launch pad for me? Depends on what build I'm doing. I missed that slide jump.
These guardians are different somehow. They attacked this planet. What purpose could they have?
There's no catch-all perfect of anything in this game.
Let the hunt take you.
Well, would be cool to have amount of grenades thrown tracked. Yeah, it would be. I would probably be in the tens of thousands, personally. Grenades are so good in this game. Criminally slept on. That's not the right gun. Played Wonderlands? Yes. I enjoy that game as well. That is my main stream game that I create content for.
Father to remember. Keep attendance first. It's good for your beak. Pocket rats.
Okay, that almost got very awkward, but RNG was favorable. This is pretty good pace.
Rip them bare. My burden is a billion worlds. I live, die, while others watch and turn.
That item was very rude. Cost me about 3 seconds. Some advice how to get more golden keys. They just released a shift code yesterday, which gives you keys in Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, and Wonderlands.
Sheepishly protest the flames with words of peace. Come then to burn, a coward.
Thank you, Kirk.
Deal with these.
And you can use that multiple times for each platform you want to redeem them for. So if you're like me and have a bunch of the games on multiple consoles and storefronts, profit.
Too many to count.
Hey Amber, how you doing? I got the shift codes right in the chat right above you. Alright, this is actually PB pace. So I'm probably gonna shut the fuck up for a little bit.
Built with the destroyer, an endless perfect pace. A billion souls the key, a world to love. But though our fallen masters taste like slaves, your greed unlocked your destruction. The chaos! Overwhelm them!
Come on, Rex. Beautiful. Okay, this is actually, kind of nerve-wracking. Thank you, Myth. Doing quite good. A trip to London? Nice. I need the Sarahs to behave. Okay, that's behaving. That was pure luck.
Pocket rats!
I'm so annoyed. I realized as soon as I threw that second grenade, I was like, fuck. Oh well, that was a really solid run. I took one bad step. My hands are shaking a little bit. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera. But like, oh. So that was very comfortably PB pace. And that's inspiring because I know for a fact that I have lots of time save in the first half of that run. Like a sum of best of this activity would look probably around the low 15s. Because the fastest I've ever gotten through room 1 here is 1 minute 13 seconds. The fastest I've gotten through crystals is 3:57. And the fastest I've gotten through Anathema was actually that last run. So somehow I had my fastest, like, second quarter of the takedown ever, knowing that there's time on the table. For a new Borderlands add-on. What do you mean new add-on? There's a new game that they announced recently. I'm looking forward to that. Hey Panda, how you doing? Welcome in. Just looking up fellow Borderlands creators. Looking forward to seeing the speedruns. Hey, welcome in. Is there a bug? Just use it 7 times for BO3? Huh. I know it's designed to work on different platforms. They announced BO4? No, but they announced a second Tales game. New Tales from the Borderlands. Which, chronologically, follows Borderlands 3, so it is the most current lore stuff, if you're a more story-oriented person. Hope you're well, Bigger Staff. Alright, hopefully we can have a worthy successor to that last run. One of these days I'm gonna have to spend like a couple hours just practicing this room. Because my grenade and Nova placement is fine, it's just my movement in this room isn't very good. Stuff like that happens when you have bad movement.
Back to killing.
They're still spawning, so that's not actually time loss. It's not a significant amount.
Pocket rats. I hear you.
Nah, reset. I'll take low 130s and we'll take high 130s. I just casually comes back to BL3's speedrunning recently after smacking Fool's Magic for months and is pushing PBs. I was developing new tech during the 24-hour stream. New Max have been. Like, the time saves other than me just playing better today. The time saves specifically over in the Scourge fight and post Crystals too were entirely from that stream. So it's kind of got me motivated.
Some days you hunt, some days.
The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart.
Another fun thing about this build, if there's anyone watching who wants to try it but is worried about DLC, the only DLC item that is having a significant impact here is my my class mod. But you can swap that out and just throw more fish instead. And you can play this completely non-DLC. You'd swap the Guardian Angel out for a Psycho Stabber, and then the Peregrine out for a Rack Commander. Yes, Rack Commander. The one that gives you an extra charge. Then you'd be good to go. That one. Come on, Rex.
Pocket Rex.
That's acceptable.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
Don't hold back.
Even my best build of all, my character's not nearly as fast as Quag. I spent thousands of hours speedrunning this content, TI, and sometimes I still make stupid mistakes like that.
Structures are thousands of years old, but there is no record of any Iridian ruins on Minos. If that is the case, this temple must have been transported here from elsewhere.
Cliff? Alright, I got you, Dex. It's that good shit. How you doing? Doing well, Radiation. How are you? Thousands of hours, still having skill issues.
Does not appear to have been
Yeah,
torn apart so much as burst open from within.
that is me.
Pocket Rex.
I'm fine. Glad to hear it. Help me, Leon. Leon! Help! Help me, Leon. I'm so hyped for the remake for that game coming out. Awkward. Recoverable? Maybe?
Swoop and tear.
Yeah.
An Iridian temple.
It's such a weird room, because you can die at like 10 different points, and it doesn't lose you time because enemies are still spawning.
These guardians are different somehow. They attacked this planet. What purpose could they have?
Pocket Rex. Yes, into the fray. They'll never learn.
More crystals.
Good RNG. Coffee, thank you for the 2,000 bits. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got totally distracted by not being able to read. Because I went to look at the number, it was like, alright, let me say this correctly. And I had to look a second time, then I looked back, and I'd missed a shot. Actual skill issue. Dirty, but we made it.
My burden is a billion worlds. I live and die, while others watch and burn life.
Who are you up there? What? Oh, okay. Cool. Whatever. I'll play it out. Oh, I got the ground slam bug. I'm so far behind. I'm like a full 25 seconds behind right now. Ugh. Time to try reckless strats. Great skip, dislike that room a lot. Yeah, if you have enough movement speed, you can also, if you fall down, you can double rocket jump into the pit as well. And there's a more controller-friendly position where you can rocket jump off the wall instead of the floor. For the one I did. Hey soccer chick, how you doing?
My friend.
This should play out so that I get my pet back about when I'm leaving this room. But I'm still like 25 seconds behind. Not loving that.
Built with the destroyer, an endless perfect age. A billion souls a key, a world above.
Maximum effort.
No more fallen masters paved the bloody way. Your greed unlocked the door. Overwhelm them!
That's really unfortunate. Pet. I should reset. I really should reset. We'll play it out. But I'm 30 seconds behind now. So unless I get the God Revenant spawn, which is a 1 in 5, this isn't gonna be a good run. It's not just a 1 in 5, it's more like a 1 in 10, because it can happen at different times in that room. It's more like a 1 in 10.
Overwhelm them!
Another tip for people looking to be more consistent guarding takedown. This bunny hopping I'm doing isn't for show. It actually forces certain attack patterns and AI behaviors from certain guardians. So they're more predictable while you're jumping. Kind of like how in Borderlands 2, most enemy AI couldn't properly track you while you're jumping. Same thing. Why didn't those despawn? I must have moved slow. This is a very awkward place to be out of grenades. Yeah, I'm a full minute behind now. Any guess on how Mo's is speedrunning this takedown? I have 3rd place for Mo's. She does very well. That's another one that I feel if I play properly, I can reclaim that record.
That must be the source of the energy signature. Go in, Vault Hunter, so we may get a reading on whatever's inside. Yeah.
Wow, I messed that up too. It's been months since I've done that. Yeah, a lot of human error this run. Oh, Scourge is bugged anyway. Doesn't matter. So sometimes he gets stuck in this animation, and you can't get him out. He just... you can't get him out. He doesn't do anything, you can't force him out of it, you're just stuck here. So at least this wasn't a good run that happened on. Mo's always been my all-time favorite Vault Hunter. Mo's is probably the most powerful playable class Gearbox has made across any of their games ever. At least in terms of Vault Hunters, if you look at her single target one-shot potential. She literally does more damage in a single shot than every other Vault Hunter combined. Yes, every other Vault Hunter across every other game combined, Mo's does more. She's crazy. Call that the wacky inflatable run killer. Love it.
Come, friend, to me.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll do more runs. Maybe we'll do some Mo's, now that Bigger Staff mentioned Mo's. I want to get at least one more good flak run in before I switch to another character for a bit, so BRB. Okay, I'm back. I should probably explain some of the stuff I'm doing as I'm doing it in this round, huh? Scourge of Ivan, 73%. Alright, so timer starts from when takedown start appears on the screen. So you can hit the button and hop up on this vending machine, which allows you to hop on the door and get into there before it's completely open. But the timer's already started, so you're going. You're going. You can slide boost off the top of the door. If you time it well, then you don't need to do that second jump I did there. Basically, I'm throwing fish at the precise points where the spawns are going to be. I'm novaing to kill the enemies near me, and each time I activate a nova, I'm getting racks, which will seek out the stragglers that I fail to kill with those. And sometimes I'll hit myself with a fish in this room, but this is perhaps the only room where that's okay. Because I am waiting for enemy spawns at all times. That's maybe a little less okay.
Surely there are more pleasant methods. I hear you, beast.
No straggler? Okay. Yeah, that worked out middling. Okay, so I mantle there, and I rocket jump myself directly here. Lets me avoid that pack of enemies, which is an optional group. I hope that this is in an alignment where I don't have to step on it, which it is. It's good. There's 3 different slide boosts I could do here. I'm bad at lining up the first one, but we got it for once. While you've been playing Borderlands 3 or 4, I have over 6,300 hours. I played it since launch. I have about 6,380 hours. Match of Iron Bear, Stomp, God Relic, Artifact, Slam bonuses. It is melee damage, so you can use it to trigger melee stuff. It's just it doesn't have decent formula to do anything. It's a fun-ass game? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's one of those games with just kind of endless possibilities. You can always have something different to do. Now, the bulk of my time has been in speedrunning the 2 takedowns. But that's just because that's what I like. Alright, that was clutch as hell. Why are you up there? I'll take it. Quite go zoom. Hey, Butter, how you doing? What's the world record? What's a WR attempt? World record attempt. I actually came pretty close last run, and I choked it. How hours you have on flak? Probably 4,000.
My beast is dying.
If not 5. At least my nade placement's fine in this run. No. That was scary. Alright, so decent pace. I won't have my pet, which presents a couple problems. But we'll just have to play better. And Coffee, thanks for taking care of Brucey. I appreciate it. By play better, I meant not that. I got very lucky with enemy positioning there. This is awkward. Okay, not a terrible pace. This place, this is Minos Prime, yes. Speed, hey Stones One, how you doing? Shit, you can skip immune phases, start jumping everywhere. Yeah, you still go through the phases, but the rad bubbles from the boss are centered from the boss. So if you keep the boss in a position where you have a safe corner on your platform, you don't ever need to move, as long as you don't let the boss move. That was an unfortunate second loss. You have a bit of experience when it comes to flak. I don't like to pat myself on the back as much as people think I like to. But it would not be a stretch to say that I am the most experienced flak player on the planet. Not the best, but the most experienced. Mechanics could be better, but the character knowledge is, they do go burr. Sick, because I hate jumping everywhere. Yeah, minimizing the amount you have to move on Anathema makes the speedrun a lot more comfy. Alright, that was acceptable. On holy shit, Rax. Well, I enjoy watching speedruns. I hate doing them when it comes to my own play. I'm only competing against myself. No way I can go against some of y'all. Well, I only really compete with myself most of the time as well, Jester. That's the beauty of it. Okay, I did it correctly this time. Slightly different when you hold records. How do you think I got him, though? It's a journey of self-improvement. Oh, why are you a diadem? Lost about 5 seconds there, but... should have thrown a fish earlier. please, good RNG. That is good RNG. Except for that one surviving. That was terrible. Oh, awkward. Game didn't want to let me revive for a bit, but it's fine.
Do you see me?
Well done, Vault Hunter.
31 seconds off, PB.
Created a form to take notes when
Hey,
you-
Unknown. How you doing?
Now I can check off the box that says takedown of otherworldly automaton. There, I've checked it off.
Been better physically, mentally, staying strong. Hey, mentally is an important bit. Don't neglect the physically, though. I'm one to talk, but... Always love your positivity, Coffee. Since you're the player, the only influence of the round, you're always competing against yourself. Yeah. Competing against yourself and RNG, basically. So, based on tech that I wasn't doing in that run, basically there's a rocket jump where when you drop back in from there, if you rocket jump from about here, I can't do it now because Scourge turns your knockback physics off after the first teleport. After the second teleport, excuse me. But you can rocket jump from about here to avoid having to use this jump pad. It saves you about a second. So if I fire on all cylinders, I get a really good room 1. I'm confident that I could get a low 16s run. And that would be record. So record's in reach. It's just fine-tuning. Playing properly on a run where I have good RNG as well. Let's play a different build. We talked about Moe's a little bit, and I can do a Moe's run. GTD. I think this is the right one. Serious respect for how level you play at. Oh, thanks, Moonbase Tom. I appreciate that. It's something I like to be very transparent about is that there's lots of people who do the endgame speedrunning that I do, who do it way better than I do. The reason why I'm competitive, I'm able to play at a level relevant to them, is just effort I put in. Mechanically, I'm not that good at this. I'm well versed in the theory, and I do a lot of practice. That's how I get it. So it's one of those genuinely, like, anyone can do it type things. For example, Soccer Chick TV in the chat there is another flak runner who is mechanically much more gifted than I am. And she holds the record for scaled. I have the record for true, she holds the record for scaled. But she puts up times relative to mine. The only edge I have there is experience. That's all it is. It's only experience. In terms of actual skill, there's a lot of people who do this better than I do. Which is something I like. Because it gives you multiple ways to succeed. You laugh. It's true. You are better at video games than me.
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that
And it doesn't bother me to say it. You've got some absolute animals mechanically, like Lazy Data, Garwood, Brick of Butter, CZ47, people who are just better than I could ever be, who have fantastic times on the board because of that. I just work hard, that's all. Not quite being humble. I'm just being honest. Oh no, it was a very funny build? It is. So, sound and flashing lights warning. I mean, you're watching Borderlands 3. You know this game gets like that sometimes, but yeah. Put up times like Lazy's just takes me a lot longer. Yeah, Stone Swan's another example of someone who's extremely well-versed in theory and very mechanically gifted. It's just putting the hours in. Hey, Psyched Up, thanks for a gifted sub to the community. I appreciate that. Goes a long way. Thank you so much. Borsplosion Zane with Ice Root is Epilepsy Fest. Yeah, the Root is one of those things that... Ugh. That's one of the things banned for time trials. Not only because...
Just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Jester, thanks for taking care of Stone Swan. I appreciate it. Not just because of how oppressive it would be in certain categories, but also because the people reviewing the runs, we just don't want to look at it.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
We just don't want to look at the Root. You or anyone else in the chat know any mod that allowed me to increase backpack slots over 50? I'm sure there's something like that on GitHub. Alright, so this is Onova. This is a build that I took Mo's record with, and then Lazy beat me by 1 second, and Brick of Butter went and beat us both out, I believe. Butter, do you have first or second? I could just look at the board, but I don't feel like it right now. I'd have to tab out. That's effort. But this is a top 3 Mo's build for this content, and it is lots of AoEs. You'll see. First, yeah. So I was right the first time. Yeah, Butter has first, Lazy has second, and I have third.
What could have happened here? The planet does not appear to have been ripped apart. Burst open from within.
This is one of those builds where you watch your minimap.
An Iridian temple. That must be the source of the signal.
I'm just gonna do this naturally, because I don't remember where I have movement speed requirement met for rocket jumps. For GPU, yeah. It is not a fan of me these days.
Those vines are identical to those found on Necrotafeo. I never thought to connect them to that.
Splug indeed. It's an awful lot like Slam Cannon. Show me on the doll where I'm cannoning. People say that a lot, and like, it's in the name.
Get good or get dead, scrub.
A relatively popular interaction is use of Snowshoe, Sparkplug, and Bloodletter together. Slam Cannon was not the first build to do that, and it wasn't the last either. And this is a build where I'm not even shooting, so... If we were to look at the OG Snowshoe Mows, that was actually Newtmad's Avalanche Mows. Or the jumpy enemies called. The ones that jump at me, those are the Spectres. Yeah, that one, Spectres. Remember that and saying a lot given how much I remember. Your memory's better than mine, usually, some old guy. Beach has ascended beyond mere shooting. It's been the case for most of Borderlands 3's life that the builds that shoot are the slowest. Still cracks me up. Gun game, by the way. Our top tier builds in this game now don't actually depend on gun damage. If we throw out the Lucky 7, then the Peak of Zane does not shoot, the Peak of Flak does not shoot. The Peak of Moze doesn't shoot a gun. It's either action, skill, or this. Amara still shoots, though. Technically, root shooting. Yeah, some melee, groundbreaker, UTD, insane scaling wins. Yeah, root is one of those things that, because of the nature of it, it is banned for time trials. Not just a power thing, but also it does not function the same across all platforms. So people with certain versions of the game would have an advantage. And also, speaking for the people who review the runs, we don't want to look at it. We just don't want to look at it. This isn't much better, but... Also, Racer is a gun build. It's not peak, though. Not for all of the content. And the way some old guy worded it, dependent on gun damage, that's one of the specs you don't need gun damage for. Because unlike other gun builds, you're depending on double dips. But for example, for Proving Grounds, Hustler Racer only holds one of the records. Whereas, again, if you throw out the Lucky 7, the other 5 are pet build. Highest you ever gotten chills with Mo's? About 1.4 mil. Using a mana well. You can get it higher with a madcap. I just never really bothered. That's convenient. Actually, very good that that enemy didn't die when I wanted them to. Because that would have been a reset otherwise. I've seen people through in a while, man, forgot on visual stuff they do in it. Yeah, it do be like that. Moxie got his like 8-9 mil. That's cool. Built so powerful froze my PC. Did it really? I'm sorry. Root works differently in alternate universe. Yeah. Because of how splash radius passives work on different platforms, for some platforms the root map hitting tech is unavailable unless you're Mos. Those platforms being PS4 and Xbox One. Isabella, love it. This is Onova. It is using Iron Cup as support while spamming spark plugs to trigger the Frozen Snowshoe shield. and then using a Bloodletter plus Russian Offensive to refill the shield to do it again. So the main event is Snowshoe, but we also have our Hunter Seekers, as you can see, which are doing a lot of work, and Iron Cub supporting us. That's a very beneficial set of spawns. If they approach me properly. Oh, you're approaching me? Why are you going that way? Hello? Okay, really? Yeah, that would have been a beneficial set of spawns, but instead we lost like 30 seconds. Ugh. Not using CMT for this. CMT does not ever win in a damage dealing contest as a grenade. CMT has a lower damage ceiling than Hunter Seeker, Hex, and Gas Call and Light Speed for mobbing. And for bossing, it loses to an even larger list. CMT is a large hit count, which was popular for Vampire for a while, but it is not a high damage option. Artifact suffix are you using? I am using Vic Rush right now, I believe.
Signature. Go in, Vault Hunter, so we may get a reading on whatever.
I should probably use a launch pad, but...
Probably a monster.
So it must be.
Alright, we're going for it. I didn't want to do that, but... BL3 moment. Must be making noises. It does sometimes. Come on, Hunter Seeker. There you go. The frames usually lose with this build? Most of them. Hopefully I didn't place that in the worst possible spot, but I think I might have. No, I didn't. We're good. Ooh, good RNG. Yeah, if I hadn't choked the Post Crystals 2 room, this could have been a really good time. It's unfortunate. Yeah, only just missed record. Oh well. This is the main game you play? No, the main game I play is Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
But I love BO3, so I fit it in my schedule sometimes.
Still here.
Wonderful.
Hey, Horseman, thank you for the 7 months in the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Down, we can focus on the other things trying to kill us, which, if I just check my notes here, is all of them, everything. As they say, no suspension of consciousness for the morally depraved.
Yeah, missed record by 33 seconds. And I lost about 30 in one room. Feels like it used to be the main game. It did. Considering GPU shortage is basically over, if you have the funds, you're considering getting budget next gen or current gen at an extreme discount, say super sale or secondhand. I'm probably gonna go future proof and spend a little more money than is reasonable on that aspect of it, John. That's the plan. So I don't play Guardian Takedown drops or ass. It's not so much that the quality is ass, it's just the quantity is. Because for the amount of time you spend, you have the mobbing up to Anathema, where you're unlikely to get anything because people complained and got the world drop rate gutted. Because they said too many drops, and Gearbox said, okay, here's less. But they applied it to the whole endgame. So the mobbing and Guardian Takedown, you rarely get anything. And then you have the first boss, where you're guaranteed 1 to 4 drops, and luckily, all of Anathema's drops are actually good. So, that's a win. You're guaranteed to get something decent. At the very least, decent. But then, you have all of that mobbing until Scourge, where again, you're unlikely to get anything. And then from Scourge, you have guaranteed 1 to 4 drops again. But Scourge has a cosmetic in that pool. So you could go all the way through Guardian Takedown, get your 1 minimum legendary from Anathema, nothing in mobbing, then you get a blue cosmetic from Scourge. You could go through the entirety of this hard raid, the hardest content in the game, and end up with 1 legendary. So the reward ratio is a little screwy, yeah. Want to play with Wonderlands and wait till they finish with level cap? They haven't increased the level cap, and they're most likely never going to. Because level cap increases are bad for game health. And Wonderlands avoided it, so you're all good. Share one shopping with me, legs want to fall off. But did you get anything nice, Rabbit? We'll do an Amara Malawan run. I don't expect this to pull even a remotely decent time, but I feel like playing Amara for a moment. And lots of no element stinger. Fortunately for Raxab, no element stinger is situationally optimal. Like, if I wasn't speedrunning, and if I was trying to optimize per encounter, I would run no element stinger for the first room. And for crystals. I'd switch back to corrosive for the bosses, but Hey Rohith, how you doing? This is a bit of a silly build.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. I'm counting on you, Vault Hunter.
Stinger only M6? No, it's Guardian Takedown, any difficulty. Fuck that up a little bit. GA, your favorite BO3 shotgun? No, the Refluxes. Or, the Reflux kind of formerly was. Reflux before its last buff. Let's go with that. Heartbreaker or Hellwalker? I'm not really a big fan of Hellwalker because it gets so much hype that people just don't mess with other things that are not only more interesting but also better. But Heartbreaker, I'm a fan of that choice. Fearmonger is a really underrated one. Big vouch for Fearmonger. Redline's also a little underappreciated. Love-hate relationship with the Anarchy. Understandable.
I'm down for a brawl. Destroy.
Gun build, by the way.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
Coursing through my veins.
That's unfortunate. That's not how that's supposed to go. Aw. I messed up. Now I want to redo this run. Reset. We killed him, but it wasn't clean. I realized Pestilence was this good. It's amazing what happens when you build around things. So, Pestilence deals gun damage, splash damage, elemental damage, action skill damage on the Nova. It also deals self-damage. So, you wear a red suit, you limit your elements to uses that won't hurt you. Amara has the most action skill damage. She also has the most elemental damage. Her gun damage sucks, but she does have the most splash damage in tree. And another thing Amara has the most of is swap speed. So she can take out the Pestilence, the Nova happens, and just put it back away before it repairs. And she can do that faster than anyone else can cancel it. By action skill damage, Pestilence Nova gets action skill scaling. But Amara also has the Clear the Mind skill, the Purple Tree Capstone, which eliminates elemental resistances. Not immunities, just resistances, which is good because radiation is the most unfavorable element resistance-wise in the entire game. It has a terrible matchup against armor. It isn't as good against shields as shock is, and it's only neutral against flesh. But with this, you make it neutral against everything, and it's still slightly positive against shields, meaning the main downside of radiation is eliminated. And we're also stacking up action skill damage, so that allows us to have good investment for body and mind. It allows us to have good investment for our Tandava. Also has the highest ab strength. Core is important. It is. RNG. There we go.
Intel says there's an elevator down to the lower levels. Make your way there and be ready for some heavy resistance. Counting on you, Vault Hunter.
I am the grenade. Stay now.
This is Dragon Driver. This is a driver build. Why are you running over there?
Needed the practice.
Those are advanced mechs, but we're after something bigger. Keep going.
Yeah, I deserve that. Good old Groundbreaker. Being overrated as always. Groundbreaker is only a fraction of the damage here. Body and Mind simply hits that hard. Or I found a spec for this in build doc. This never made it into the build doc. Never felt the need to submit it or anything.
Get good or die.
Yeah, Melee Nova. I'm not doing a Melee Nova at all. Body and Mind is action skill damage. And if you shoot a ×14 face puncher, and you have a point in infusion, you get 28 instances of Body and Mind. Each of those is roughly equivalent to an action skill. So why do I care about Groundbreaker if my face puncher shoots 28 action skills at once? Hey, Cordian Anthony, how you doing? Each pellet does 2? Yes, with infusion. Infusion makes each one do 2.
Now that is definitely your target. Light that giant bastard up.
This is your end. More, faster. Calm and dangerous.
Aw, better half bug. You suck, better half.
Dig down to my height.
Thought it died, it bugged.
That ass kicking will make
Hey, Reparation, how are you?
twice before they come at us again.
I'm sick. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, I'm sorry. Still probably my favorite Amara build. Hey, I'm glad you like it. The way it works for the uninitiated is Amara has a shit ton of swap speed when you take both fast hands, so that's 36%, and you take trust in yourself, which is 80%, but it doubles if you get 2 stacks. Now, this can be achieved either by an enemy breaking your shield with melee, or you break your shield twice through various means. So, we can run around with 160% swap speed from here, and then we can have another 36% here. 196% swap speed. So we use that, and we pre-break a Pestilence, so that anytime we swap back to it, we just get the Nova. We have Body and Mind, which, as I explained, if you grab 1 point in infusion over here, and you use a ×14 face puncher, you get 28 instances of Body and Mind if you land all your pellets. And each of those, since it's its own instance of damage, it is not a bonus element or anything, they get our bonus elements. So, we get this ASE Rad, which won't inherit the scaling, but it's still something. We can apply a bunch of formula to each of them. And it is an action skill damage source, so not only does it get ×31 mayhem scaling, benefits from action skill damage, benefits from elemental damage, benefits from splash. our formula in general. We use Clear the Mind to nullify any elemental resistances, so our corrosive action skill is positive against armor, neutral against everything else. Our radiation novas are positive against shields, neutral against everything else. We've got Avatar for extra action skill charge, Remnant because it's Remnant, and Anima to improve the length of rad dots on ourselves. Our healing is coming from Samsara here. We don't have lifesteal. People mistake this for having lifesteal. We don't. We don't have any. We just have a constantly on passive heal of up to 25% of our HP. And we have an auto-idle artifact healing us on kill. 28 what? 28 body and mind. Yeah. And Pragmatic. How you doing? Just want to use to show forward 3. It did. The level 72 patch broke EchoCast. It no longer recognizes anything from DLC 5 or 6. We got a red suit so that our Pestilence doesn't kill us. ASE Rad is safe for that as well. Shock is not safe for the Transformer because different mechanics. But yeah, you can run this safely for additional damage. Primarily, that's just for... because nothing else really helps us. But we go Apply Terror here so that we can have this Terror damage and fire rate annoyed, which is a large amount of fire rate, and it's also damage in a category that Amara otherwise doesn't have any access to, except by shooting for the Guardian rank perk combo. Elemental Projector makes sense here because we are irradiating ourselves constantly. So we get that rad damage at all times. And we're using a driver because we can get that gun damage for not only our Face Puncher shots, which are minor, but still there, but for our Pestilence Novas. So we'll get more Pestilence Nova damage the faster we're going, and those Novas will also build up our Mindfulness stacks, which is more movement speed, and they'll keep the driver effect going. And we can use our action skill activation to apply Corrosion to ourselves, which will boost our action skill because of the Elemental Projector. Borderlands 3, which is better, depends on what you like, and for me, it depends on what mood I'm in. I like both games a lot, and I think comparing them in that way is kind of unfair. They're trying to be different things, and as an endgame build crafter, I like both of them a lot. We're in arms race in a while. It's been a minute. It has been a minute. Yesterday I found a double brimming spirit rune. Realized I can't stand still. Yeah, it's so hard to stand still, Kirk. Usually I'll just I'll justify it with taking a sip of my drink or something. Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then when I come back, we'll do a few more fervor runs. Hopefully the rust has been knocked off and I remember how to play this game well enough to try for good runs here. We're gonna experiment with different shields and weapons for clone. Real big fan of Breath of the Dying on clone. I'm hoping that that does us well, but I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Personally think BL3 has more replayability than Wonderlands. I think that's a majority opinion, and it really depends on what you like. So, I have 6,300 and change hours on this game, on Borderlands 3, in the 3 years since it came out. 10 days from now, Borderlands 3 is 3 years old. Time is fucking crazy. But in Wonderlands, in the 5 months and a little bit, 5 months and a week that it's been out, I have 1,500 hours. So in way less time, I have proportionally more hours. Now, will that hold over the next couple years? I don't know. I don't know. You know, I can't predict burnout or anything. But as a build crafter, it's enough of a playground for me that I find them very comparable. Now, with BL3, there is simply more game here. It is a main series Borderlands title, a bigger team on it, much bigger expectations around it. Hype was real, and it just got more content over a longer period of time. I think that will remain the case. I think Borderlands 3 will always be a bigger game, a more meaty game, which is part of why it's kind of unfair to compare, because Wonderlands is never trying to be as big as BL3. For what it is, it's got a lot, proportionally. Remember, Wonderlands is a spin-off game that has more endgame content than every main series Borderlands game except for this one. But yeah, at the end of the day, like what you like. It's okay to prefer one over the other. There's nothing wrong with that. Still love for a spinoff? Yeah, I mean, look at the other spinoff, TPS. Very different ends of the spectrum. And I think TPS is a great game as well. It's just content light. Was that about endgame content? Wonderlands has more endgame content than every Borderlands series game except for this one. "12 days till I hit my birthday. Day I began my BL3 journey. Hey, happy almost birthday, Agent Rockstar." How you're measuring content, come to that conclusion. 4 raid bosses at launch, a multi-format randomizer with so many iterations of runs, if you calculate in bosses, mini-bosses, enemy sets, room sets, and variations of objectives in each room. It has just more potential combinations of endgame content than anything else by a wide margin. Now, a lot of those are filtered through the lens of the Chaos Chamber. But the Chaos Chamber itself is much more expansive than anything else. If you compare to Borderlands 1, its endgame is Cromarax. That's it. If you compare to Borderlands 2, you have Digipeak, which is a fantastic piece of endgame content. And then you have the vast majority of the raid bosses are utter dog shit. They are simply reskinned enemies from the base game that Nova occasionally, and are buggy. The Circles of Slaughter in that game are not repeatable content. And then TPS just has, what? EOS and Glitch Arena, which is less. So yeah. I don't count the variety in Chaos Chamber that way. That's your failing, I guess. But that's how numbers work. And if we're going by the metric of different activity, different Chaos Chamber playlists play very differently from each other. So there's different activities under one umbrella. It'd be like saying that Malawan and Guardian Takedown are one activity, because they're the same format, but they're different under the umbrella of takedowns. It's like saying every Circle of Slaughter is the same activity, like saying every Proving Ground is the same activity. Just because you start it from the same place doesn't mean it's the same. It's reductive. Same activity with very little choice. That is just demonstrably untrue. Some old guy. Once again, I'm not saying you have to like it, but if you go into the Chaos Chamber and you click through the playlist, there's different activities. It's different. Starting it from the same place does not mean it is the same thing. If you go through and you get a different room in every single room, you get a different enemy set in every single room, you get a different boss, you get a different mini-boss, you get different objectives, is it the same thing? Because if you say yes, then every single story DLC ever made is the same thing. Every single takedown ever made is the same thing. Every single raid boss is the same thing. Every single slaughter is the same thing. You can't have it both ways. Simply not how it works. Again, once again, I'm going to repeat this. I'm not saying anyone has to like it, but saying there isn't content there simply is untrue. Less than this game, more than the others. I would say TPS is a spin-off because the story filled in gap between BL1 and 2. It is literally referred to as a spin-off, like, by official sources. So, it is a spin-off. It's not a bad thing. It's just a neutral thing, but it is a spin-off. It is not a main series title. You got me, Sentinel? You do. Beautiful work. I'll go Anarchy for the rest here, I think. Hopefully I've given him enough time to stack it. The thing that turned me off from the game is my vault inventory got partially wiped. Didn't have the stats handle the high chaos levels anymore. It's doing tickle damage what I had left. That's understandable. Even in that kind of situation where there are workarounds, yeah, I could see that being discouraging. Breath of the Dying is a little inconsistent here. A little more than I'm okay with. I do like Super Soldier here, though. Try Super Soldier Radical in the next run. Some sick builds? Hey, I'm glad you think so. Boston Chaos Chamber drop loot, badass drop loot, bunnies drop loot, Chaos Chamber is good for both gear farming and build testing. No, it's not. Not if you know what you want. That's simply untrue. That's... There is no basis for that assertion, some old guy. By what metric are you saying that that's not true? Because if you're saying you can't efficiently farm gear from the Chaos Chamber, that's just not correct. You absolutely can. You can't? Explain. Can't target farm in Chaos Chamber? You can. But you can. What? What are the odds of getting a specific item from Chambers? It's like impossible. It's not. Okay. You have the bunnies, where you choose an item category, right? And there are some items that are in certain categories. Now, if you do a run efficiently enough to have a good amount of crystals, you can target farm a category of item from a particular bunny. Now, target farming a category of item is exactly the same thing as world drop farming in any game that has it, as chest farming in any game that has it. It is the same, except it is more precise because you can narrow it down to a specific category of item. Additionally, the Chaos Chamber chest has a dedicated drop from the chest every single week. It rotates. The 3 vendors each have a guaranteed drop from them every single week that rotates. Any bosses that you encounter in the chamber have increased dedicated drops, guaranteed multiple copies of their dedicated drops, in fact, and that rotates. Exactly, it's world drop farming, which is still farming efficiently. If what you were trying to say is, I want to dedicated farm without having content in between my single enemy farm, that is a different sentence. You are saying you cannot farm efficiently from Chaos Chamber, which is a falsehood. It is untrue. You are being dishonest. I would prefer to farm this way is a different sentence from this way is inefficient. Those mean 2 different things. Precision in your criticism is important, otherwise you end up talking out of your ass. Bunnies is the highest legendary to time spent out of any Borderlands game, correct me if I'm wrong. Borderlands 3 probably has a worse rate depending on item farm. But if you were to farm items directly from their sources with absolutely no loot luck, yeah. But if you have maximum loot luck on Chaos 50, the rates are actually higher than most BL2 dedicated drops. It's just fewer of the items have drop sources. Loot bundles are still worse than dedicated drops? In what way? Depending on what you're going for. For example, armor farming. You are much better off farming loot bunnies because the categorized nature of the farm means that you are progressing towards multiple goals at the same time, because armor part variance is so absolutely insane. In neither case do you get a guaranteed drop. So by progressing towards multiple goals at the same time, you are farming more efficiently. Now, it might not be a way you like doing it, but it is more efficient. That is an example of bunnies being more efficient. In other cases, such as if you wanted a sword explosion, technically speaking, that's more efficient to go to the actual source, because it's a fast farm. It's an item that you don't particularly care about the variance other than the element. And it's accessible. Oh, Dad, stop fighting? I'm not fighting, I'm fact-checking. I actually think players who complain about Wonderland's endgame being Chaos Chamber only are the ones who will only do Mallow and take down his Guardians and Love Slaughters are an interesting Trials of Forgotten. Yeah, but there's no self-awareness there, son. If farm Chaos Chamber is 7 times at 20 minutes run, don't get what I want, I'm done. Some people can farm Chaos Chamber indefinitely. I and a lot of people cannot. That is an entirely different sentence from you cannot farm efficiently, some old guy. That means a different thing. If you just want gear, Chambers are really good, you'd play content and get gear at the same time? Yes. I would greatly prefer dedicated drop farming. Chaos Chamber farming is more efficient world drop farming than previous iterations, but I hate world drop farming. Okay, then go dedicated farm. A majority of items in the game have dedicated sources. A majority. Not all, but a majority. So, go do it. Why are you not doing it? Because you can. In fact, Wonderlands is the first game they've released where you can use loot luck to increase your dedicated rates. No other game has allowed you to increase your dedicated drop rates. The assertion that dedicated drop rates are low is framed by people who do not boost their loot luck to the maximum. Because if you are Chaos 40 with full loot luck gear equipped, Chaos 50, excuse me, full loot luck gear equipped at level 40, your drop rates for items that have dedicated sources are higher than the average drop rates of equivalent farms in Borderlands 3 and 2. Higher, not lower, higher. So if you want to dedicated farm, do it. How many useful dedicated items are in the game? Subjective yes, or how many? Alright, I guess we're doing this. Guess we're derailing Borderlands 3 stream for a protracted fact check. Going alphabetically. No need to shift gears, I'm gonna, because this kind of harmful misinformation that is, at the very least, slightly intentionally miscategorizing how things function, is something that's gonna end up on my desk later, so I'd rather save future me some headaches by having present me deal with it now. Because I built my channel on providing accurate, actionable information and debunking harmful claims about these games. So, going alphabetically. Auto Magic, dedicated farm. It is desirable. Great Bow, does this one have a dedicated source? Let's look. This one does, that's desirable. Filter by legendary. Apex is a pre-order item that you can't even acquire normally. It's not farmable at all. I've chosen this column, cool. Volley, desirable, doesn't have a dedicated farm. Yet people shit on the volley, but okay. Blue Cake has a limited pool of enemies. So, whether you consider that dedicated or not, depends on how you answer a different question. Do you consider Gen 1 Pearls and Borderlands 2 as having dedicated sources? Yay or nay? Or Gen 2, for that matter. Played around the Apex at all? Yeah, it sucks. Hey Shane, how you doing? Like the volley, I've noticed it gets memed on. It's really good for dot setups. Only says Chaos Chamber boss, it's out. You didn't answer my question, some old guy. That is not an answer to the question I asked. Do you consider Pearls in Borderlands 2 as having dedicated drops or not? Considering they come from limited pools of enemies, for example, chubby farming. You get certain class mods and Gen 2 Pearls only from chubby farming. Tubby farming, whatever. Do you consider that as dedicated drop farming? Yes or no? Because it is not in the world drop pool. It is a dedicated pool of enemies. Is that dedicated farming? Yay or nay? Both Wonderlands, all unique weapons, legendary work, and not too weak. Most of them are good. I was never that into BO2 to form an opinion, only got into that in BO3. Okay. Anyone else have an opinion on that? Was tubby farming dedicated farming or not? I'm only asking because the Chaos Chamber bosses having a pool is the literal exact same function. Literally the same. Off the top of my head, I would say yes. Okay, that's a dedicated farm. So, going forward, we'll reference Chaos Chamber boss drops as dedicated farms. So that includes the Blue Cake, Bonyface Soul. Ribula is the source of Borea's Breath. Butterboom is dedicated from Imelda. Cannonballer is dedicated from LeChance. Carouser's in the Chaos Chamber pool, so that's dedicated. Catatumbo does not have a source. Gyre does not have a source. Crossblade is from a raid boss. Crossbow Generator is from Caster. Diamond Guard Sword is in the Chaos Chamber boss pool. Oh, no, you won't? Okay, then you can't have it both ways. You answered yes. It is literally the same system. A refresher for anyone who doesn't understand how this stuff works, because people like to misrepresent how these games have worked to make this argument. Borderlands 2, Generation 2 Pearls, and certain legendary class mods could only be obtained from a certain pool of enemies. Not a specific enemy, a pool of enemies. That is a dedicated source. Now, the dedicated source isn't one enemy, it is a pool of enemies, but that is a dedicated source. In Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, there are several items that are in the Chaos Chamber boss pool, which is a pool of enemies. That is a dedicated source. And anytime we have a featured run, for example, where one of those enemies has their drop rates boosted, it boosts their rates from that pool, because that pool is in their dedicated pool. That is literally how the game code works. It is classified as a dedicated drop. You can shift the goalposts all you want, you can fudge the numbers any way you want, but the game and common sense dictate that it is dedicated farming. Again, it might not be in the flavor you like, but it is. That's just how it works. How long do you spend to farm Tubbies versus Chaos Chamber? Infinitely longer for Tubbies because that's the main point where people got stuck in every Borderlands 2 hunt. Go back and watch any of the BL2 hunt videos. Tubby farming was pain. Unless you do the program weekly run, what bosses you get are random. If only there was a playlist where you got 50% of your enemies were bosses. 50% of the encounters you had in the run are bosses. Wait, hang on. The other 50% is mini-bosses who also have dedicated drops. So you're saying 100% of the rooms in a boss run have dedicated farms in them. Huh. Funny how that works out. And wait, Chaos Chamber bosses have their own pool, meaning every single obelisk run in a boss run pulls from the pool of dedicated drops. That's how it works. Are they bosses you want to farm? Depends. Do you want anything from the Chaos Chamber pool? Which is multiple items. I still don't want to cook and eat, by the way. I had some pizza yesterday. I'm kind of craving more pizza. Anyway, continuing on down this. Divergent is from Coiled Captors. So, the way some of these DLC items work is they won't be directly sourced from the boss, but they are sourced from that DLC. In that way, they are not dedicated sourced. They come from the wheel, though. They are weighted to be increased in the wheel. However, in the interest of fairness, I'm going to classify items that are from DLC but not directly sourced from a boss as not dedicated farm. So Divergent is not going to count towards the total because I'm approaching this logically. Divergent is not a dedicated farm, despite the fact that you have increased chances to get it from the wheel. That fair? Arguing two different things, number versus experience. Experience is fallible. Numbers aren't. I'm arguing logically. You're arguing emotionally. Which one represents data better? Donkey has a source. Drill's Fury has a source. Phoenix has a source. Envy has a source. Fatebreaker has a source. Fragment Rain has a source. Frying Pan does not. Gluttony does. Goblin Pickaxe does. Greed Warden does not. Hawkins does not. Con Boss Pool counts. Red Slicer does not. Liquid Cooling does. Livewire doesn't. Mage Staff doesn't. Transmission does. Handbow does. Razor doesn't. Message doesn't. Oil and Spice does. Peg Leg does. Perceiver does. Petty Tantrum doesn't. Pincushion doesn't. Sawmill doesn't. Squad Bow doesn't. Queen's Cry does. Rage Handle doesn't. Ragnarok does. We can go on for a while here. But the takeaway is the vast majority of items, see, anything that has this, they have dedicated sources. So, in your complaint of, I can't dedicated farm. No, you can, you just won't. There's an important difference there. Don't mean experience is an acquired experience. I mean the experience of farming Chaos Chamber, which I find extremely unsatisfying. You're moving the goalposts again. What you said is you cannot farm efficiently in Chaos Chamber, which isn't true. I'm saying what you said back to you. You expressed a falsehood, and then you expressed frustration that you can't dedicated farm, but you can. Once again, I'm not in the business of saying you can't criticize things. But I am in the business of fact-checking people when they come up with criticisms that aren't based in reality. I deal in objective reality. Simple as that. Do I, at the end of the day, ultimately care about dedicated farm in the slightest? No. But is its situation nearly as dire as it's being made out to be by people who do not go over the numbers? Think you know my answer to that. Do we not count Vermeer or King Mong having deadly drops because they're random spawns too by that logic? It's an interesting rabbit hole to go down, Reckless Monster. It's entertaining how people will move goalposts. You can always just say it with your chest. I don't find the game fun. I don't have logical reasons behind that, I just don't like it. Say it with your chest, there's absolutely nothing flawed with that. But, again, misrepresenting game functions and data does not make you look good. It's fair I don't find the endgame fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's got their own preferences. Yours are perfectly valid. Hopefully that's a good anarchy placement. I'm actually a little foggy on where I used to place Clone in this room. I don't quite remember. Because I want him to have a good sightline for that half of the room, and then I want him to have a good one for this half. So I think I move him when they start spawning in the front. I don't think that's quite right, but I'll take it for now. Got a new mic or something? Sound good and crisp? No, I've just, had my sound changed on me a couple days ago without warning after a PC restart, so I've had to mess with settings to get it sounding, acceptable again. Well, it's good to hear it sounds good. Also, hi Luke, how you doing? Huh. That's slightly better than I thought. I am like 20 seconds behind though. Build is this? Sorry if you answered what I asked earlier. This is Remote Ranger. If you hit exclamation point builds, you can see it in the community builds document, the community Zane builds document, where it's got a text write-up, link to the skill tree, a picture of the skill tree, explanations of how everything works, gearing suggestions, all that stuff. Alternatively, if you hit exclamation point trials, any of my Proving Ground and Circle of Slaughter runs on the Zane boards are using this build. And you can watch all the runs from there. It'll link to either Twitch highlights or my YouTube channel, depending on the run. Not bad. Had to go do DIY. I'm back. Welcome back, Viper. Voice is deeper, quite going through a second puberty. Oh no. I suppose it's more accurate to what I actually sound like. But Dog, I heard you like Hyperion. I do like Hyperion. Personal problem with Farm Wonderland's variations items. I also tweeted about this, I think. I did, Myth. And that's absolutely spot on. That is a criticism train I will 100% hop on board, and I will ride it with you to the end. Part variance in that game got way out of control. It is literally the part system of this game, but several orders of magnitude more unfavorable to the player, because Wonderlands uses Borderlands 3's item part set. So, like, for example, let's take this Guardian Angel, for example. This 1-to-1 works in Wonderlands. Like, part for part, this could be recreated in that game. Obviously, the unique effect wouldn't apply, but the other parts, say this is a purple or something. But because we have chaos tiers in that game, the variance of items is just massively larger. Massively. Even if you remove weighting from the equation, which equalizes a little bit, it cushions the blow of something like an Ascended being so uncommon. Even if you were to weight each of the chaos tiers equally, well, you end up in a situation where an item that had hundreds of variants in Borderlands 2, and then transferred over to Borderlands 3, where it had tens of thousands of variants, well, in Wonderlands, it has hundreds of thousands of variants, because part variance has increased game to game. Starting with BL3, and then with Wonderlands, it increased more. This is something we need to talk about as a community, because we don't want the next title to increase it even more, right? We don't want the next title to increase it anymore, and it's trending in that direction. And this is partially because things like no rare farms were said about BL3, which anyone remotely familiar with the part system knows isn't how it works. Because, you know, good luck getting all of these together in the exact iteration you want. That is rarity. And people have accepted rare farms as a thing throughout the entire franchise history, because hybrids are part variance-based farms. You are world drop farming for a specific part combination. That's what it is. In BL2, 94 Sham, Perfect Height of Terra are part variance-based farms. BL3, most items become part variance-based farms like that. Wonderlands, it's even worse. It is much more grindy. You're absolutely correct. Is Melee good in Wonderlands? It's extremely good. Yeah. I play mostly Melee in that game, honestly. It should be illegal to mow your lawn on Saturday, if not me. There should be certain accepted lawn mowing times. I'll have people mow their lawn at like 7 a.m. on a Sunday. And I'm just like, hey, I hope you stub your toe. It's the worst. One thing I love is that people will agree with you. You can complain about Wonderland's part variation farming. You bring up being bad in BL3 too. Everyone's like, no, BL3 is way too easy to farm it. Yeah, no, like, it was bad in BL3. I have the numbers for this. Let me pull this up. Hang on. To Tweeter. Need to go back in my own tweets. Okay, yeah. So, BL2 conference call, 875 variants. And if you were to farm it from its most favorable dedicated source, you have a 12.5% drop rate. That is farming from the moonshot kill of the warrior in the story, save quitting before the quest updates. That gives you the highest chance of conference call in that game. So we're being the most kind there. 875 variants is a figure including all elements, all accessory variations, not including scopes for any of the games here. In Borderlands 3, the same item, the conference call, you can farm it from Judge Hightower, 15%, so 2.5% higher drop rate than BL2. But instead of 875 variants, you have 86,016. We're gonna go mow my lawn right now. Electric mower quieter. You do the thing, some old guy. So 86,000 versus 875. Big difference. Only 2.5% higher drop rates, but part variance has increased way more than the drops have. So remember, that means proportionally, it is easier to get any specific variant of a conference call. We're not talking perfect rolls, we're talking about any specific variant. It's easier to get it in BL2 than BL3, straight up. It's just easier. item to item, it is easier. Again, a common rebuttal I hear for this concept is that you don't need perfect parts. But here's the thing. If the pool of available parts increases by enough, the gaps between part iterations still matter, even if you're not going for the ceiling. Here, 1 second. Put it up on the screen. So there you go. There you go. You got the thing I'm reading. And then, hypothetically, if you were to bump over the conference call part for part from BL3, and then you were to adjust for the fact that anointments and enchantments are included in these calculations. So the number of enchantments is, thankfully, slightly lower than the number of anointments. So that's more forgiving. But then you have chaos tier calculations. And that takes the total number of variants of this hypothetical conference call, if it were to be in Wonderlands, 253,440. Again, this is without accounting for weighting. So weighting means you're more likely to get non-elemental than the other element versions. Certain parts are weighted to be more common or less common than others. And the drop rate, if you were to take the average drop rate of any dedicated item in Wonderlands, with 47.3k loot luck, because that's the figure on Loot Lemon, you get a lot higher at Chaos 50. You could have something in the neighborhood of 12%, 12% with max loot luck that's available in the game. That's still lower rates than BL2, with a massive amount more variation. So this perception of farming difficulty is largely because of part variance. Because drop rates have changed far less than part iterations have. Like, look at that. The difference between 875 and 253,000. And then the difference between 12.5 and, at best, 12%. Shout out to Grant. Yeah, the Chaos and the Chaos Ender are his children in BL3. Depends on the performance variations between variants, which can be a little or a buttload. It can be. But remember, that's 1-to-1. You can have a part that provides plus or minus 5% damage, which in a vacuum isn't very much. But when you have a gun that can have 13, 14, 15 different parts that function like that, and then you have chaos tiers, you can have a variant of a conference call that's the lowest damage in BL2, and it'll be maybe 20% less damage than the variant that's the highest damage. 20%, which is workable. Absolutely workable. Obviously, you want the better one, but you can be fine. And then in BL3, that swing, depending on weapon, got as high as 50%. 50%. On the conference call, I want to say it's somewhere around 30% swing. That's off the top of my head. Feel free to correct if you have the actual figures there. But you had other weapons in that game, such as the Free Radical, where the difference got up to 50%. But then in Wonderlands, you have several guns that can have a difference of over 100%. Over 100. You can have variants that dictates your damage varies by up to about 105%. Just by rolling different versions of the same gun. Now, even if you weren't going for a perfect variant, even if you got 33% of the parts you were looking for, well, you're still looking at roughly a 70% damage difference. Just for being a third right, let's say you're half right. Well, the damage difference is still higher than the difference between a Borderlands 2 version of an item and a Borderlands 3 version of an item combined. Combine their variants, and you're still missing more damage than that. So this isn't just a perfect parts issue. This is a game functionality thing. Like, you can get an item and then it'll just suck. And that's not just damage. You have some items that function even more unfavorably than that. Sometimes it'll be projectile counts, like Butter mentioned. It could also be things completely disconnected from damage. such as reload. Jacob's black powder snipers. Some of them have either a single reload or a box mag reload. In BL3, the Skullmasher works this way. In Wonderlands, the Envy works this way. You can get a mag variant that reloads your bullets one at a time, or you can get a box mag that does them all at once. So you could potentially have a reload speed difference of about 5 seconds. 5 seconds off your reload from one part. That's on top of all the damage stuff, because Skullmasher and Envy are also two of the biggest offenders when it comes to damage part variants. Part variance is out of control. The variation between high and low performing clairvoyance is equivalent to something like 10 or more levels. Forget exactly, you get one several levels above another and still be better with the lower. Yes, that is absolutely true. Hey Nova, how you doing? Been a while. Good to see you. I thought of you this morning. I almost streamed Back 4 Blood today, but I decided to do something I was a little more familiar with. But maybe if you want to play some Back 4 Blood later, I might be playing some of that in the Discord. Fire modes on doll guns? Yeah. Part variance has to impact balancing. Like, do they balance according to the best parts or what? That's an interesting question, and I think there might be a little bit of merit to that. Take the gas call, for example. Actually, let me pull up the gas call here. So on October 8th, 2020, they buffed the gas call by 348%. Now at the time, gas call was 22 character levels behind because we had not had the event at a time where we were able to get it on levels. We had a bunch of level cap increases, mayhem levels on items, on grenades weren't available yet. We were using gas calls 22 levels behind, and it's still a highly competitive item at the time. It was still one of the most powerful grenades in the game, absolutely blasting bosses, setting records, just crazy. So then they buffed it by 348%, and then later gave us the opportunity to get it on level. So the thing with that is, why? If it was already performing, why buff it? And the reason why, at least this is total speculation, is because one of the most talked about farms in Borderlands 3, one of the most talked about trophy farms, is the Vindicator gas call. I'm sure you guys have heard about people going for it, at least in passing. People talk about the rates, talk about their haunt experiences, their loot ghost experiences and stuff. It is a very frequently talked about farm, Vindicator gas call, which is one of the rare part combinations to get in the game, despite the fact that gas call doesn't have that many moving parts. But it's a popular part variance based farm. So was one of the contributing reasons to the gas call being buffed the fact that it was a talked about part variance based farm? I don't think it's unlikely. So we don't know how far reaching the consequences of part variance getting out of control can get, because it could be affecting balancing. Outside of just you get a gun and it's got 105% less damage than the ideal version of the gun. And it's important that we talk about it. And yeah, I'll be getting back to gameplay now. But I think it was important to discuss, because this is an issue we did talk about in Borderlands 3, with the massive uptick of part variance from previous titles going into Borderlands 3. But we didn't talk about it enough, because it just got worse in the next title anyway. I still had access to my PC, be 100% down, being off of college kind of hinders my ability to play games like Back 4 Blood will be lurking. Understandable. We'll catch up some other time, though, but I'm happy to have you here in the chat. Too many code variants bad, therefore too many part variants bad. Those are both bad things. I mean, I'd say one is a little more serious, but yeah. You got the right energy. And yeah, Strimmer does like talking. For anyone who's new, hi, I nerd out about this stuff often. We have in-depth discussions. I usually have some sort of visual aid, whether it's a screenshot of a math equation I did, or a graph, or some sort of other visual thing. That's why we got that quag graph emote.
Get that attractive bastard
right there.
I don't think Clone has killed anything for the Anarchy yet. Welcome back, Rohith. Bouts of naps. Naps are good. I've been taking a lot of those lately, too. Haven't been at my healthiest lately, either. Want to hear you talk about things that's valuable for grinding players? Hey, I'm happy to provide it. Ah, clone bug. That's a reset. I was slow anyway. Hammock for just such occasions. Am I the only one who gets anxious in a hammock? Like, I don't trust it. Is that weird? That's probably weird. I probably shouldn't have said that. Safer than flying commercial air. Actually, they may be wrong. Don't know stats on hammock mishaps. Someone get me the stats. How many hammocking accidents a year?
Anyone teach you how to fight?
Depends on the person's motor variance. I suppose that's true. TDR Crazy in Wonderland's favorite gun company? Yeah. Yeah. Furior is what TDR is in that game, and it's very powerful. Extremely powerful. What's the hammock's damage formula? It does a lot of sleep damage. Literally, yes, a mini dragon? Actually, yes, literally. I reset. As much as I want to use Super Soldier, because it's, in theory, better, I think the actual damage provided by Revolter might be allowing me a little more wiggle room. So I think we're gonna go back to Revolter for this. I remember I had some good runs a while ago on Transformer for this content. Pokemon Hammocky Sleep. Making hammocks the new national threat by Tuesday. If everything goes to plan. Fall damage, choking damage, spinning damage, and psychological damage. Might have to explain that last one.
Take a look at
I'm interested, though. My Ghost Rider's penance there. I like it.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is there a Kevin near me? I don't know if there's a Kevin near me at the moment. I'm not sure how I ended up down there, but like, alright.
Triggerfinger's getting tired over here.
No, you stop doing that attack right now. Sure, that's what Pet the Pet was. Ouch.
Got any more for the meat grinder? Come on! Well behind.
So you don't bonk bucks for it, not even flak? It's okay, I'll pet an actual pet after this run.
Hit the town red.
That was a pretty good run.
In case that wasn't clear.
That was a pretty good run. I'll take it. Fun fact about the woodblocker. They misplaced a hotfix that buffed the woodblocker. It used to have a substantial crit bonus from a buff they gave it. And they misplaced it in one patch and never put it back. It's been a couple years now. A year and a half at least. It's just gone, except if you're on PS4, it's still there. If you're on PS4, the woodblocker is better. Pets do you have? I have 2 cats. Kevin and Jake. Misplaced, it's a buff, not a set of keys. It's one of those shuffles. Ooh, Sparkplug Launchpad with area? That's not the one with radius, but like, that's still good. Yeah, and one of those shuffles where they were nativizing hotfixes, they just kind of removed the hotfix but didn't put it into the patch. And it's been gone ever since. That happens from time to time. The same thing happened in a more positive sense to the Kaesin's accuracy nerf. They kind of forgot to keep the nerf to that gun in, so I don't think I'll be reporting that one. understand spreadsheets and checklists. I think it's a case of things slipping through the cracks as, you know, human error. It's just a thing that, considering the number of hotfixes that they've successfully nativized, it's a numbers game. It's bound to happen. It's easy to, from our perspective, be like, well, just, like, be thorough. Yeah, no, I get it. But I fuck up simple things sometimes, too, so I don't think I personally have room to judge. Still think the woodblocker worth using on PS4? Worth using would probably be a stretch, but it's definitely significantly better on PS4. That crit bonus makes it much more powerful. Like, you can actually clear somewhat efficiently as long as you have ammo. If you're able to hit all crits, like natural crits, like actually hit the head, with a woodblocker on PS4. If you were to do the same thing on PC, it's just not going to go well. Significantly better, not quite as bad. Significantly better. Woodblocker's crit bonus with max crit parts and that hotfix is around like 90%. And remember that card crit is multiplicative with other crit. So a 90% mult with whatever other crit stuff you have. And that is also multiplicative with the innate bonus it gets for being a sniper. And that is multiplicative with the innate bonus it gets for being Hyperion. It makes a really big difference because of the type of weapon it is. If it was like a Malawan SMG, it wouldn't make that much of a difference. But because it's a Hyperion sniper, it's huge. That crit buff is kind of irreplaceable. Woodblocker wasn't a meme after its crit buff? Yeah, like actually usable. Alright, we'll do some more flak. I got a decent rack stab running. Need more You're the Worst contest, you have to make a build that actually uses this or that crappy weapon. What are some of the more painful runs like that I've done?
Enter the breach, Vault Hunter, and destroy that Guardian.
I did Malawan takedown with Girth Blaster on Zane, but at the time commitment was uncapped, so, no, kind of cheating. Creeping Death is horrible. Boring Gun is also horrible. Those were truly painful runs. I never got around to doing a long musket run, and recently that's been talked about. Maybe I'd do a long musket suffering run. Moxie's pre-nerf lob MTD. Oh yeah, didn't it take like an hour? Yeah, pre-nerf lob was horrifically bad. Or pre-buff, excuse me. Pre-buff lob. Lazy not win that challenge for true melee Amara. Okay, I'm briefly here. Something came up and I actually do have to take care of something. I was gonna do one more run, but I'm just gonna call stream right now. Stuff should be okay, but I really do have to deal with something sudden. So I'm gonna find somewhere for you guys to go. But I'll next be live on Monday, either Wonderlands or Borderlands 3. Who's live? Everything's okay? Most likely, but I do have to take care of something. Soccer Chick's on. Go say hi to Soccer Chick. I'm raiding and running, so give her good vibes and stuff from me. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. All the new people, it was good to meet all of you. Sorry for such an abrupt end. I had other stuff planned, but oh well. But I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.